Try not to stand in front of the camera.
No, yeah. No,
All right, good morning, everyone. It's a beautiful day to judge some beautiful Toggenburgs. This is our yearly milker class, and just a really nice lineup of does. The udder placings are going to be 1, 2, and 3 in this class. In the udder placings, 1 is placing over 2. She has the advantage in total area of attachment, extension and fullness of foreudder, just a lot more capacity into that foreudder. She's a little bit stronger in terms of rear view and teats pointing more directly down to the ground. Just a little bit more udder in 1/2. And then 2/3, it's the width of rear udder, the height of rear udder. Again, just a little bit wider and higher than we see in our third place udder on the third doe. The third doe over the balance of the class, it is that beautiful, pleasing shape from side view, nice and globular with good extension and smoothness of foreudder attachment, places her over the balance of the class. In the class placing, 1 is placing over 2. It is that mammary system, the total area of udder attachment, the extension and fullness of foreudder, the more pleasing teat placement in rear view. Additionally, in dairy strength, you just a lot more angularity, more openness of rib. She's cleaner throughout. She's going to give up some body capacity to the second doe, but is for the stage of lactation and age that they're at, I think the more appropriate animal in 1/2. 2 then placing over 3, it is in the mammary system, the width and height of rear udder. Again, slightly more capacity in the mammary system. And then in body capacity, just a lot more goat. She's deeper, she's wider, she's got more spring of rib, more natural increasing depth to the rear barrel than we see over 3. 3 then placing over 4, it is in general appearance. She's just a little bit stronger about the front end assembly, more proper placement of the forelegs under the tallest point of the wither. She's a bit more proper across the top line, maintaining her levelness through her chine and loin and rump as she moves around the ring. And then in the mammary system, slightly wider rear udder than we see in our fourth place doe. 4 placing over 5, it is in her turn in general appearance. It's the structure of the rump. She's flatter from thurl to thurl. She's more level from hips to pins. Just a little bit more of an uphill type of doe. She walks with higher headed, with more uphill to the withers and a little stronger across the top. Additionally, in the mammary system, she's showing us a little bit more division between the halves of the mammary system, a little bit more smoothness of attachment in the foreudder. She is going to yield to the dairiness, just beautiful capacity and will to milk and production that we see on our fifth place doe. It is that dairiness, the capacity of the mammary system, the overall length of neck, the openness of rib, the volume of milk she's holding in her udder carries 5/6. Additionally, she excels in her turn in general appearance. She travels more uphill to the withers, a little bit stronger in the juncture of the neck into the withers over 6. 6 going over 7, the advantage here is in body capacity. She's a little bit wider up into that chest floor. She's a little bit deeper and more wedge-shaped into the rear barrel than we see over the 7th doe. Additionally, she has an advantage in general appearance. She's stronger in the front end assembly. As she tracks towards you, she's a little bit straighter about the forelegs, a little more extension and depth of chest as she moves towards you. 7/8, just a lot more goat here. She's a longer doe. She's taller. She's showing us a little bit more development relative to her stage of lactation and size. In the mammary system, she's showing us more extension and fullness of foreudder, more total area of udder attachment as compared to 8. 8/9, it is an advantage in the mammary system. From rear view, more proper teat placement, and in side view, less tendency for the teats to want to dive forward. She also has the advantage in her turn in general appearance. She's a little more proper about the rump, flatter from hips to pins, and thurl to thurl than we see in the 9th place doe. 9 is placing over 10. It is the dairiness and capacity of mammary system. She's more open in her rib, just a really feminine, clean kind of doe in 9. She also has the advantage in the mammary system in a higher rear udder that sits up higher into the escutcheon and more total width of mammary system over 10. 10 placing over 11, the advantage here is a general appearance. As she moves around the ring, she's a bit stronger about those forelegs when she tracks towards you. She also has the advantage over the top line on the move and maintaining more levelness through the chine and loin. 11/12, the advantage is in the mammary system, just more capacity of mammary system, more area of udder attachment, especially the extension and width of foreudder as you see them inside profile over the 12th place doe. And 12/13, again, some trade-offs, but in the mammary system, slightly more volume and a little bit more dimension to the mammary system, more width of rear udder and height. Really appreciate the usage of the legs on this 13th place doe, and we'll commend her for that.
All right, we're looking for about 89 two-year-old Nigerian dwarfs. They Yearlings, this class was sponsored by Ian Tires. First place, first udder Toggenburg went to Taylor Ridge Fire Ainsley, owned by Catherine Taylor. Second place, second udder, Taylor Ridge JC Fire Touche, Catherine Taylor. Third place, third udder, Evie's SC Sweet Little Lies, Evelyn Harry. Fourth place, Lesniak Hill KJ Joplin, Justin Lesniak. Fifth place, Heatwave KRX Akami, Noah Johnson. Sixth place and the highest placing youth in this class went to Royal Cedars Coco Climax May, Colin Devlin. Karen Ferguson had the seventh place doe with Royal Cedars Anik. Eighth place, she also had Royal Cedars Latrice. Ninth place was Jason Peckham, Evie's SC Strike a Pose. 10th place was also Jason Peckham with Taylor Ridge Dags Tagalong. 11th place went to Spinning Spider Calypso, owned by Stacy Harbaugh. And the 12th place doe was Pallet Farms Amy's Aurora, owned by Stacy Harbaugh. And we have a 13th. Nine Lives KCS Remember When, Sherry Fresquez. Our lead judge for Toggenburgs this morning is Trinity Smith Melmanis. And she says some may call it a full circle event, given that Trinity's first national show was in 1984 in Pomona, California, when she was only 4 months old. When you look at her experience in between then and now, it seems reasonable that we find ourselves here. Trinity raises La Manchas under the Goat Sand herd name and boards and manages the herd of Shining Moon Alpines. She served on the board of directors for 9 years, including 3 years on the executive committee and on numerous committees as well. She is currently the chair of the LA committee, which she is very passionate about. Outside of dairy goats, she has two amazing children who are smart, loving, and kind human beings. She works as a substitute teacher and coach at her small rural public school, and she also coaches basketball and softball, which she considers especially rewarding. She is excited to be judging on the national stage, and she is thankful for the community of people who went beyond the status quo to embrace a young person's passion and provide insight and exposure for a budding goat enthusiast, especially as it relates to the evaluation of dairy goats. The knowledge and experience of today is only possible because of those who shared yesterday. Trinity recognizes the commitment, time, and money it takes to get dairy goats into the national show ring and is excited to see the results of those efforts. The consulting judge for the Nigerian dwarfs is Mr. Scott Weiss. Scott we have our two youth reps, Addison Willie, our youth rep, as well as Miru Kunst. Addison, give a little wave, Addison. There you go. Is our youth rep, comes from Holman, Wisconsin, right along the Mississippi River, where she just finished her senior year of high school. Through high school, she was actively involved in 4-H and FFA, holding multiple officer positions. Through school, Addie was also involved in track and field, throwing discus and shot put, gymnastics, show choir, and forensics. Next year, she plans to attend the University of Wisconsin at River Falls for animal science and agribusiness. She is passionate about small ruminant genetics and reproduction and hopes to build a future career in the field. She began with 4 H goats in 2017 and has been an ADGA member since 2019 using the herd name Doubleback. She is currently focused on raising productive and competitive Oberhaslis, which we saw here this week. We saw Addie out in the show ring yesterday with her does. Though she also maintains a smaller boar herd and has a few wild card recorded grades. Through her role as a youth rep, Addie has been already traveled through the Midwest with the goal of educating and advocating for youth voices. She plans to build her herd through her schooling and eventually obtain an ADGA judging license, as she believes animal evaluation is one of the most important skills a breeder can have.
All right, these are our Toggenburg 2-year-olds and just a really beautiful class of does. We had well over 20 in this class, and so we've made the cut. We're going to work with the does in the center of the ring. The main difference is in the mammary system and the overall body and width and depth throughout, the capacity of the mammary system, the overall area of attachment, the development of body over in the group in the center over the group on the edge. Really appreciate the structural correctness of these Toggenburgs on the edge. Lots of good feet and legs, but not quite the overall dimension of mammary system as the does in the center. You're welcome to leave, and thank you for bringing your does in.
All right, we've just made the cut in the Toggenburg 2-year-olds. Make sure the 3-year-olds are on your way to the show ring, please. Our alternate youth rep is Miriu Kunst. She has been here in District 1, a member for 8 years, and she lives here in central Massachusetts. Her herd name is Minnie Midori, and with her mom, Akiko, she breeds Oberhaslis, Nigerian dwarfs, and Guernseys. She has studied environmental science at Norfolk County Agricultural School, has become an Eagle Scout, and is an active member and leader in state and national 4-H and FFA. She now attends Worcester Polytechnic Institute, where she is a teaching assistant, admissions tour guide, and a coxswain for the varsity rowing team. You know what that is? You know what she does? She sits on the end of the boat screaming at the rowers, row faster, row faster. And she just finished her first year on the Dean's List, pursuing a BS and MS in mechanical and fire protection engineering. This year, she has been traveling around New England to prepare local clubs for the upcoming national show right here in Springfield. She even designed the ADGA Youth t-shirt. And then in 2019, at the start of her breeding program, Miru attended her first ADGA show right here at the Big E exposition, and she feels her journey is coming full circle, serving as youth rep right here at home. Thank you to Addison and Miru. You're working hard here all week, and we certainly appreciate everything you do. We have a few more announcements here while we have a few minutes here. We'd like to thank the New York State Dairy Goat Breeders Association who sponsored the ring decorations this year, and they were prepared by Helen Snowman of Crooked Wall Farm. All right, this is for the youth exhibitors that exhibited the other day. The Premier Youth Exhibitor Awards. These awards are given at the awards ceremony and are based on points earned during both the youth events, which they must have participated, although they don't have to have placed in showmanship, judging, management, and fitting. They just have to have participated. And age class open show placings. Youth embedded placings do not count, nor do the group classes. This is an overall award, and then there's an overall award, and then there's one for each breed. To be eligible for the breed awards, you need to have had at least one animal placed in the top 20 of their class, and the animal needs to be owned exclusively by the youth who is applying for this award. To apply, you go over there to the near the ADGA office. There's some tables there, and then they have some QR codes posted there. Um, just go over there and do the QR thing there. There's also some over there by the bike racks back in the vendor area and also at the ADGA sales table. You're going to need to fill it out, a separate form for each award you'd like to enter. The deadline is 12 hours after the breed show concludes that you're considering. And then on Thursday, which is, of course, our last day, you have 1 hour to get your information in after the completion of that breed in order to allow for verification and scoring. And if you have any questions, you can ask one of the youth coordinators about that. Again, if you're looking for those that didn't catch before, if you're looking for the class list, you go to the Showman app, showman.app. Click at the top, there's the option for find shows. Click on that. That'll take you to the list of shows that Showman does. Scroll down to ADGA National Show, and you have all your information right there. The beautiful pottery that is being awarded all week came from the Old Mill Pigeon River Pottery in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. They have a nice website. You can Google them if you want to check out more of their pottery and stuff that they do. So we thank the Old Mill Pigeon River Pottery for all the beautiful awards that they provided us this week. A couple more reminders again. Milk dump. Please put your milk in the designated milk dump areas in your own particular barn. It's very important. Deposit your milk in the designated milk areas. Again, there should be no photographs taken against the big blue ADGA blue backdrops here in the show ring area. That's for the professional photographer only. Oh, and a reminder, clean up after your does here at the waiting area. There's brooms and shovels and so on out there. If your does make a mess, kind of clean it up and keep it cleaned up, and it'll stay pretty decent all day long if we all do our part.
All right, here we have Toggenburg 2-year-olds, just a beautiful class. The udders in this class are going to be 1, 2, and 3. In the udder placings, 1 is placing over 2. She has an advantage in total area of udder attachment, width of rear udder, and extension and fullness, more milk up into the foreudder than we see in the second doe. She's going to yield slightly to the shape of teat, especially the one teat on the near side, but the total area of udder attachment, capacity, and width really easily makes this doe the first udder in the class. The second udder over the third udder, it's the smoothness of blending into the foreudder. She's a little bit stronger in that lateral ligament on the foreudder. And then inside profile, she's a little deeper to the bottom of the rear udder, a little bit more roundness and shape inside view over the third udder. The third udder over the balance of the class, it is the balance inside profile in terms of extension of foreudder, width of rear udder, capacity of mammary system as compared to some, structure as compared to others, carries the third doe over the balance of the class. In the class placing, 1 is placing over 2. She has the definite advantage in that mammary system, the beautiful extension and fullness of foreudder, the width of rear udder, the strength of medial support and height. Additionally, she has an advantage in body capacity, just a little bit deeper doe. She's got more spring of rib, just a little bit more developed through that rear barrel and width over the top as you look over the top of her in 1 over 2. 2 then placing over 3. We switched these guys at the last minute. It really is the mammary system. It's that extension of foreudder, the smoothness of blending of foreudder, the depth to the bottom of the rear udder, and then an advantage in dairy strength. We have a first freshener and a second freshener. Our first freshener has as much capacity. She's a little bit more open in dairy when you put your hands on her, a little cleaner through the over the withers and front end and through the thigh than we see in our third place doe. 3 then placing over 4. It is in the structure of the mammary system, a little bit stronger in the rear view and height of rear udder, a little bit stronger in terms of the way the teats are placed in rear view. She's going to give up some capacity to the fourth doe. She also has the advantage in body capacity where she's just a little wider, a little deeper to that rear barrel, a little bit more developed of a body over our fourth place doe. We move this fourth place doe up over the fifth and sixth place doe. It is for the mammary system. It's for the dimension and capacity, the extension and fullness into the foreudder, the height of the rear udder, the placement of the udder under the rump as compared to the fifth doe. She also has an advantage in dairiness over the fifth doe. Again, a longer, leaner neck. She's cleaner and freer from excess fleshing, a little bit more open and angular than 5. 5 going over 6, it is in the mammary system. It's the placement of the mammary system under the udder, a little bit more appropriately under the rump with less tendency to push out from behind the rear leg. Additionally, she has an advantage in general appearance in the usage of the hind legs around the mammary system, a little bit stronger over the top line through the loin as she moves about the ring over 6. 6 going over 7, it is in body capacity. Again, just a really well-developed doe here in 6. She has an advantage in spring of rib, depth of barrel, width into that back of that rear barrel as compared to 7. She also has the advantage in the mammary system in the width of rear udder and height of rear udder, although she is going to yield to the placement of the udder under the body wall as compared to 7. 7 then placing over 8, it is an advantage in general appearance. When she moves around the ring, she's just a more high-headed doe. She has better correlation of parts as she moves from the neck into the withers and back across that top line. And in dairiness, she's just a little bit more angular kind of doe, a little bit more of an angular body style inside view. You can see the beautiful open and angled ribs in 7 over 8. 8 over 9, it is the mammary system. Really pleasing rear udder on this 8th place doe in terms of the placement of the teats, the strength, the medial support, and then the dimension of the mammary system over 9. Just so much more capacity, extension and fullness of foreudder, depth into the bottom of the rear udder in 8 over 9. She also has the advantage in general appearance as she moves around. She's just a little bit more put together, a little bit more compact, the better correlation of parts where she maintains the structure of her feet and legs underneath of her a little better as compared to the 9th doe. 9 is placing over 10. It is in that mammary system. It's the shape of the mammary system in side view. It's a more round mammary system with less tendency for the teats to kind of want to come forward. It's more extended and smooth in the foreudder attachment. And then in her turn, in general appearance, just more proper levelness over the top of the rump, through the loin and rump, and more strength in angulation of hind leg through the hock and stifle. 10 then placing over 11. She's going to yield a lot in capacity to the mammary system. I love the capacity and dariness and will to milk on this 11th place doe, but the 10th place doe moves around the mammary system on the move just a lot more properly, a little bit more comfortable on those rear legs around the mammary system as we see as compared to 11. 11 placing over 12, it is that dariness, it's that openness of rib, just the tremendous capacity of mammary system. I love the width of rear udder and extension and fullness of fore udder as compared to 12. And the dariness in 11 over 12. 12 over 13, in her turn, it is the dariness. She is more open in her ribs. She's longer and cleaner in her neck. As a matter of degree, she has more capacity relative to her frame. She's freer from excess fleshing. And then in the mammary system, again, a more round shape inside view, a little bit deeper and fuller to the bottom of the rear udder as compared to 13. 13 over 14, we kind of felt these two does fell together. We'd like to see both of them slightly more on the dairy side, a little bit more capacity relative to their body frame. But the 13th doe has the advantage first in the mammary system and the balance between the halves of the mammary system, the definition of the medial and rear view. And then in general appearance, she just travels a little more uphill. She's cleaner through the chine and over the loin than we see in 14. 14 over 15, the advantage here is in body capacity, just a lot more goat. She's bigger, she's deeper into that rear barrel, more extension and width of chest, she's wider over the top. And then in the mammary system, more pleasing teat placement in rear view than we see in 15. 15 over 16, the advantage here is in dairyness. She's just a lot cleaner. She's more open in her rib. She shows us a lot more capacity and extension of that fore udder. In the mammary system, she's wider in rear udder than we see in 16. 16 over 17, the advantages in the mammary system. Really beautiful mammary system on this 16 doe in terms of the globular shape from the side, which carries her over 17. 17 over 18, while yielding some in capacity of mammary system, the security of attachment and medial support is stronger in 17. 18 over 19, the advantage here is in dairyness, just such a capacious, hardworking doe that we really want to recognize, and that puts her over the smaller udder doe in 19. And then 19 over 20, it's the security of attachment of the mammary system, the height of rear udder, the way the mammary system is held up higher into the escutcheon over 20. The 20th doe, really appreciate the length of body on this doe, really correct in general appearance.
Jane Williams with the doe Taylor Ridge Juicy Joe. Third place, third udder went to Critter Country Rump Rose, owned by Carter Moon. Fourth place, Devlin Fusion Shania, owned by Colin Devlin. Fifth place, Taylor Ridge Fusion Aspen, Catherine Taylor. Sixth place was also owned by Catherine Taylor, Taylor Ridge Rialto, Venezuela. Seventh place was owned by Melanie Ferguson, Hidden Meadows Lady Spencer. Eighth place and second placing youth went to Colin Devlin with Devlin Fusion Aurora. Ninth place, Synergy Farms WDM Lewd Whispers, Lorelei Salt. 10th place went to Neuenview Souza Eliza, owned by Roger Neuenschwander family. 11th place was Crystal Clumsdoe, Wellbeing Farms, Memories Made. 12th place, Justin Lesniak with Lesniak Hill, KLM Vision. 13th was Carly Vanderlin's Doe, Vanderlane Phoenix Juniper. 14 went to Harmody REMM Thelma's Janine, owned by the Larsons. 15th place went to Bryson Park with his doe Evie's Killer Chromia Storm. 16th place was Critter Country Rump Alley, Carter Moon. 17th went to Neuenview Maze Havarti, owned by Roger Neuenschwander family. 18th was Crystal Clum, again with her doe Wellbeing Farms, Time to Remember. 19th went to Neuenview Mai Tai Finesse, owned by Roger Neuenschwander. And the 20th place doe was Evie's ESS Darn It Janet, owned by Evelyn Harry.
Great class of Nigerian dwarf 2-year-olds.
It is the width and height of rear udder, the extension and fullness of fore udder. She also, in rear view, is slightly more proper in the placement of the teats, and in side view, the teats point more correctly down while on the move than in two. The second udder over the fourth, though, who is the third udder. It is the capacity of the mammary system, the width of rear udder, the roundness of shape in side view, the total area of udder attachment. This fourth, though, while not as capacious, when you look down the line and with the other goats around her, it really is the most structurally correct mammary system. It's got the most medial support, smoothness of blending of fore udder, and height of rear udder over the balance of the class. In the class, one is placing over two. It is that mammary system, the height of rear udder and width of rear udder and teat placement in rear and side view. Additionally, in body capacity, relative to her frame, she's more balanced in the depth and width compared to her length as compared to the second doe. And in general appearance, when she moves around the ring, she's just a little bit stronger about the front end, more depth and width of chest, a little bit stronger at the top of the shoulder than we see in two. Two, then placing over three, it is that lovely mammary system, the roundness of shape inside view. Again, as a matter of degree, the direction the teats point, both inside and rear view, as compared to the third doe. And in general appearance, it's the length across the back, the levelness of the rump from hips to pins and thurl to thurl that carries two over three. Three placing over four in dairiness. She's just so much more open and angular. The depth of rear rib, the openness of that rib, the angularity of body shape inside view. She also has an advantage in her turn in general appearance, just being a bit longer made doe. She carries herself a little bit more uphill to the withers, a little bit cleaner across the loin and rump than we see in four. She is going to yield to the structure, that smoothness of blending, the medial support and teat placement that we see in the fourth place mammary system, or fourth place, who is third udder. Four placing over five, it is in her turn in general appearance. As she moves around the ring, she just moves a lot easier around that mammary system. She uses the rear legs a little bit more appropriately. And in the mammary system, she has a little bit more structure of the mammary system, smaller shape and size of teat, a little bit stronger in the medial support or teat placement in rear view, although she is going to yield to the capacity of the fifth place doe. The fifth doe, I just love the capacity of this mammary system, a beautiful open and angular dairy doe. It is the dairiness, it's the shape of the doe. She's got a more angular body style in side view. She's got more capacity to her mammary system. In the mammary system, she's got more extension and fullness and smoothness of blending of fore udder in side view, and more height of rear udder over the sixth place doe. Six is placing over seven. It's the ease of motion around the mammary system. This seventh place doe really caught my eye when she came to the ring, but she was having a little bit of hard time moving around the mammary system and on those front legs. And so six is going over seven for ease of motion, the correct usage of those hind legs around the mammary system. She's a little bit taller up into the front end with more correct usage of the front legs when you watch them walk towards you over seven. Seven placing over eight, it is that mammary system. It's the roundness of the mammary system in side view, the extension and fullness of fore udder, the total area of udder attachment that carries seven over eight. Additionally, she has an advantage in dairy strength. She just has more capacity. She's got more angular body shape inside view. She's just more open in her rib than we see in the eighth place doe. Eight is placing over nine. The advantage here is in the mammary system in the rear udder. She carries the rear udder up higher, and then in side view, she has more depth to the bottom of the rear udder, and in rear view, more proper teat placement than the doe in nine. Nine is placing over 10. It is an advantage in dairiness. She just has more capacity. She's a little bit more open in her rib. She's got more angular body shape in side view, just a little bit farther developed for a 3-year-old doe as compared to our 10th place doe. 10 over 11, it is in the general appearance. This 10th place doe, just a beautiful profile. She's more correct over the top line and the length of back, the length of rump, and levelness from hips to pins. Additionally, she has an advantage in the mammary system, in the smoothness and extension of fore udder, and the placement of the teats inside view over 11. 11 over 12, the advantage here is in dairiness. She's got more capacity of mammary system. She's more angular and open, a more proper depth and angle of rear barrel over 12. 12 over 13 in the mammary system, just a little bit more area of udder attachment, more width of rear udder than we see in 13. She is going to yield to the frame on the 13th doe, just a really lovely, long, tall, really framey doe in 13. Just like to see her with more capacity to that mammary system to find her up higher in the line. But it is that frame, the general appearance, the angulation to the hind leg, the correct front end structure, the smoothness at the point of shoulder and point of elbow that carries 13 over 14. 14 over 15 in dairiness, she's more open and angular. She's just a little bit freer from excess fleshing up through the front end, a little bit sharper and cleaner throughout. 15 over 16 in the mammary system, sets up higher into the rear udder, more extension and fullness of foreudder, a little more pleasing in shape inside view. 16 over 17, again in teat place in the mammary system. When you get behind these goats, the teats come more properly down underneath of the udder floor, just a little bit more proper in the depth of udder inside view over 17. And then 17 over 18 in dairiness, she's just a lot cleaner, more relative capacity of the mammary system compared to their body frame. I really appreciate the security of attachment on this last doe. That is one of the udders that is held most tightly up against the body wall in the class.
At this time in the Toggenburg ring, we have 4-year-old Toggenburgs now and 3-year-old Nigerian dwarfs in the Nigerian dwarf side. The results of the 2-year-old Nigerian dwarfs Tires. And again, we thank Ian for his sponsorship. I counted 27 sponsorships that he did, and we certainly want to thank him for that. Uh, the 3-year-old Toggenburgs, first place, first udder went to Harmony Fusion Maggie's Thelma, owned by the Larson family. Second place, second udder went to Evie's TG Bellflower, owned by Evelyn Harry. Third place, Dreamtimes Tea Red Raspberry, Lauren Gardner. Fourth place, third udder, and first placing youth in the Toggenburg 3-year-olds went to Bryson Park, Evie's EKN Final Soiree. Fifth place was Rosie Hines and her doe Rosie's Ranch Mabel. Carly Vanderlyn had the sixth place in the second place youth in that class with Vanderlane Sampson Jelly. Devlin Caliber Charlotte was seventh place, owned by Colin Devlin. Eighth place was Woods River FD Ruthless Travis Arney. Ninth place, Critter Country RF Anita Carter Moon. 10th place, Heat Waves Sand in My Boots Noah Johnson. 11th, the Creekview Farm Kathy Jane Roger Neuschwander and family. 12th place, Synergy Farms MRU Magic Moments Nathan Salt. 13 went to Lesniak Hill Freaky Friday Justin Lesniak. Paige Warren, she had the old kid Cole Artemis, who was 14th place. 15 was Dreamtimes KT Take a Chance Georgia Kimball. 16, Old King Cole Gentry, owned by Paige Warren. 17 went to New and View Klondike Lucy, owned by Roger Neuenschwander family. And the 18th place doe in the Toggenburg 3-year-old went to New and View Future Amelia, owned by Roger Neuenschwander and family.
All right, these are our Toggenburg 4-year-olds, and this is kind of class I love to judge because when you look at this front lineup of goats, each one of these does is pretty exceptional animal, but it also fell into place really easily for me, and so that's really fun class to judge where they're all really good, but then also it falls into place kind of easy for you. The first doe over the second, or first of all, the mammary systems are going to be 1, 2, and 4. The first doe over the second doe, it is the dimension of the foreudder, the extension and fullness of that foreudder, the width of the foreudder when you look over the top of it in 1/2. She's also slightly higher into the rear udder, although she will yield some width of rear udder to our second place udder. The second doe, who is second udder, over the fourth doe, who's third udder. The advantages in total area of udder attachment, again, in her turn, extension and fullness of foreudder and width of rear udder over our fourth doe, who is third udder. The fourth doe over the balance of the class, it's the width of that rear udder, the security of attachment, the extension and fullness of foreudder that carries her over the balance of the class. In the class, the first doe, she places over the second doe first for that mammary system, the dimension and shape, extension and fullness of foreudder, height of rear udder, and then in body capacity, again, just a little bit deeper into that rear barrel, just more goat relative to their stage and age and stage of lactation, deeper and wider throughout over the second place doe. 2, then placing over 3 in that mammary system. It's a much rounder mammary system in side view, more extension and fullness of foreudder, more total area of her attachment, and smoothness of rear udder inside profile than we see in 3. She also has the advantage in dairy strength. She's more open in her ribs. She's just leaner and cleaner throughout than we see in 3. 3 is a doe that's been in milk for well over a year, and so we recognize that she may not have the capacity of mammary system, but I do think it is adequate enough to be in this front lineup. She excels the doe behind her, first in general appearance. As she moves around the ring, just the frame of this doe, she travels more uphill to the withers. She's longer across the back. She's longer in rump from hips to pins than we see in the fourth doe, and more angulated through her hock and stifle. She also has the advantage in dairiness in terms of cleanliness throughout, length of neck, openness, and freedom from excess fleshing. She is going to yield again to the round shape and extension and smoothness of rear udder of our fourth place doe. 4, then placing over 5, it is for that mammary system. It's the width of the rear udder, the height that it comes up into the escutcheon, and then in her turn in general appearance as she moves around the ring, just a little bit more ease of motion. She tracks a little bit cleaner about those front legs as she moves towards you. A little bit longer bodied as a matter of degree as well. 5, placing over 6, the advantage here is in general appearance. She in her turn is more correct about the strength of rear pastern and angulation through the hock and stifle as she moves around the ring. And then relative to their frame, more depth of body back to that rear barrel as we see compared to 6. 6, placing over 7, the advantage here is in general appearance. She's a longer made doe. She's longer across the top line, travels more uphill to the withers with more clean juncture from the neck into the withers. And then in the mammary system, more globular inside view with more extension and fullness of foreudder. 7, placing over 8, the advantage here is in dairiness. She's just a lot more angular body shape inside view. When you put your hands on her, she's more open in her rib. She's just a more angular doe when you look at them inside view. Additionally, in the mammary system, she carries more depth to the bottom of the rear udder in side view and more width of rear udder in rear view. 8, placing over 9, the advantage here is in her turn is in the mammary system. It's the placement of the teats in rear view, less tendency to coming off the side of the rear udder. And then as she moves around the ring, just a little bit more cleaner motion on the front end, a little bit less tendency to drop her head down as she moves about the ring. The 9th doe over the 10th doe in dairiness, she's just got more capacity everywhere, more capacity of udder, more depth and angularity throughout inside view over 10. And then 10, placing over 11, it is the structure of the mammary system, the height and width of rear udder. And then again, she's deeper and wider, just a little bit more developed for a 4-year-old doe than we see in 11. Really appreciate, again, good angulation and usage of hind legs, just not quite the overall development on our 11th doe.
We have the results from the Toggenburg 4-year-old class, which was sponsored by Ian Tires. First place, first udder, went to Noah Johnson and his doe Heatwave KM Jenny. Second place, second udder, went to Evie's Killer Labyrinth, owned by Evelyn Harry. Third place was Wild Hoof Acres NAMT Porsche, owned by Hope Mann. Fourth place, third udder, Taylor Ridge Fusion Aruba, Catherine Taylor. Fifth place was also Catherine Taylor with Taylor Ridge Fusion Corinna. Sixth place was Harmony Jackpot Maggie's Lily, owned by the Larson family. Seventh place, Newenview MT Bittersweet, Roger Newenschwander and family. Eighth place, Pallet Farms Bridget Bernice, Joanna Donatelli. Ninth place and the top placing youth in this class went to Critter Country B2 Tracy, owned by Carter Moon. 10th place, second place youth went to Carly Vanderland and her doe Vanderlane Kershaw Saturn. And the 11th place doe in that class went to Pallet Farms Bailey's Bingus, owned by Joanna Donatelli.
Well, it was like instant karma from what I said in the last class. These are all beautiful goats, but I think you guys could tell that the decision was a lot more difficult in this class. And so I'll remember that about in the future about what I say on the microphone. The other placings in this class are going to be 2, 3, and 1. It's a very close placing all the way up and down the line, but when it comes down to it, it's about rear udder and medial support. And the second doe has the highest and widest rear udder, and she has the most medial support and teat placement in rear and side view. She doesn't have quite as long of a forudder as the other two does, but it's enough and it's adequate to get her. Specifically over the second doe, it's the width at the top of the rear udder and then the teat placement in rear and side view where they're just a little bit farther down than we see in the second doe who's first udder over the third doe who's second udder. And then the third doe over the first doe, it's the definition between the halves, the medial support, the definition at the bottom of the udder where there's more cleft to the bottom of the udder, placing 3 over the third doe who's second udder over the first doe who's third udder, and then the first doe over the balance of the class, the total area of udder attachment, the most impressive and extended forudder on our first doe who is third udder. In the class, 1 is placing over 2. It's a general appearance placing, just such an impressive frame. I love the uphill nature. She travels more smoothly blended, a better correlation of parts as she moves around the ring. She's stronger up into that front end, a little higher headed, longer over the back, and more level and clean through the loin and rump than we see in 2. She also has a decided advantage in dairy strength, the openness of rib, the angularity, the depth to rear barrel, the length of barrel that we see on the 1 over 2. 2 then placing over 3, it is that mammary system. It's just a matter of degree, the width of rear udder and height of rear udder over our third place doe. And then again, in body capacity, she just has more shape for a mature doe. She tends to not cut up as much into the rear barrel, more spring of rib and natural angular shape in side view in 2 over 3. 3 then placing over 4, it is the mammary system, the more globular shape of mammary system in side view, a little more refinement and delineation of teats and more capacity and total area of udder attachment in 3 over 4. Additionally, in general appearance, as she moves around the ring, she's just a bit more correct on the rear legs. She keeps them more angled as she walks around that mammary system in 3 over 4. 4 then placing over 5, it is in her turn in dairy strength. She's just a little cleaner kind of a doe. She's more open and angular when you put your hands on her. And then in general appearance, as she moves around the ring, as a matter of degree, has more cleanliness over the top line. She's cleaner and flatter in the loin than we see on the 5th place doe. 5 placing over 6, it's the ease of motion around the mammary system and around the ring. The 6th and 7th place does were kind of problems for us. Lots of quality about these does, but the motion that they have and the ease of motion as they move around the ring isn't quite the same as some of the ones we had. So 5 is over 6 for that ease of motion around the mammary system and ring. And additionally, in the mammary system, she's wider in rear udder than we see in the 6th place doe. 6 over 7, as a matter of degree, she walks cleaner. She has less tendency to drag those rear legs as she's moving around the ring. She's got an advantage in body capacity, being deeper and wider into that rear barrel over 7. She is going to yield to the 7th doe in mammary system, in the height of rear udder, the more pleasing shape of mammary system. The 7th doe is kind of our honorable mention in the udder placings. Really appreciate the extension and fullness of forudder. It is that mammary system that places 7 over 8. The total area of udder attachment, the refinement in the teats, and extension of forudder. Additionally, in body capacity, she in her turn is just a wider doe, a little more depth to rear barrel. She is going to yield to the ease of motion, especially on those hind legs, to our 8th place doe. 8 is placing over 9. The advantages in general appearance. She walks around the ring. She's a longer backed doe. She's cleaner over the loin. Uses that front end assembly a little bit more properly with a cleaner juncture, both at the throat or at the chest floor and at the withers over our 10th or our 9th place doe. 9 is placing over 10. The advantage here is in body capacity, just a lot more depth of barrel. She's deeper and wider into that rear barrel, showing us more natural width throughout as you look over the top of her as compared to 10. 10 is placing over 11. It is in general appearance. She's a longer made doe. As she moves around the ring, she's just a little higher headed and cleaner throughout. She also has the advantage in the mammary system in the way the teats come off the udder floor with less tendency to point forward. 11 is placing over 12. Her advantage is in dairiness. She's just a cleaner doe. She's longer. She's just more open in her rib, longer and cleaner in her neck than we see in 12. 12 over 13 in general appearance, angulation through the hock and stifle, strength over pasterns, and in the mammary system, more proper teat placement in rear view as compared to 13. And then 13 over 14, it is the support of the mammary system. It's held up higher and tighter against the udder wall or a body wall, a little bit more extension and fullness of foreudder. I really appreciate the frame and shape of body on this 14th place doe, just really angular and deep throughout, good capacity of the mammary system. Nice class.
We have the results of the Toggenburg 5 and 6-year-old class, which was sponsored by Ian Tires. First place with a third place udder went to Royal Cedars Tove Low, owned by Melanie Ferguson. Second place, first place udder in the class, and the first place youth went to Nestor Acres AR Cotton Ball, owned by Travis Arney. Third place was the second placing udder, went to Evie's Psycho Riff Raff, owned by Evelyn Harry. Fourth place was Carter Moon and Critter Country Fraser Danzell. Fifth place went to Noah Johnson, Heatwave KM7 Summers. Sixth place, Catherine Taylor, Taylor Ridge Messia. Seventh was also Catherine Taylor with Taylor Ridge Felicity. Eighth place, Newen View MT Awesome Naomi, Roger Newenschwander and family. Ninth place went to Dream Times RH Paisley 6, Hayden Gardner. 10th place, Evie's Tsunami Stahikan, Evelyn Harry. 11th place, second placing youth went to Nestor Acres Paradise City, Regan Arney. 12th place was Hayden Gardner with Dreamtime's PW Firestarter. 13th was Stacy Harbaugh with Foley's Chipotle Melody. And 14th place went to Pallet Farm Sunny Solstice, owned by Joanna Donatelli. In the ring now, we have the mature 7 years and over Toggenburgs. Please have all your first and second place does ready to come back to the ring at the completion of this class.
All right, these are our Toggenburg age does. The udder placings in this class are going to be 1, 2, and 3. The first doe over the second doe, it is the width of rear udder and the height of rear udder. It's the overall area of udder attachment and teat placement in rear view over our second doe. The second doe over the third doe, it's the total area of udder attachment, the capacity, the extension and fullness of fore udder, over the third doe. And then the third doe over the balance of the class in terms of security of mammary attachment and width of rear udder, she really excels the balance of the class. In the class placing 1 over 2, it is in that mammary system, the width of rear udder, the shape of mammary system inside view, the teat placement in rear view. Additionally, in dairiness, just a beautiful doe to put your hands on. She's more open in her rib. She has a more angular body shape inside profile, the more capacity, apparent capacity of mammary system than we see in 2. 2 and 3, we switched at the last minute, is the dimension of the mammary system, as I mentioned, the extension and fullness of fore udder, the total area of udder attachment. But that also gives her an advantage in dairiness, where she's longer and cleaner in her neck, she's more open in her rib, just shows us more evidence of milkability than we see in our third place doe. 3 then placing over 4, the advantage here is in the mammary system, it's in the width of rear udder, the total area of udder attachment, the height of the mammary system as compared to 4, and in general appearance as she walks around the ring, she's more clean over the loin, she's got flatter from rump in the rump from hips to pins on the move than we see in 4. 4 then placing over 5, it is the security of attachment in the mammary system. It has less tendency to move as she travels around the ring, a little bit tighter into the lateral ligament of that fore udder with more roundness of fore udder shape inside view over 5. Additionally, she excels in body capacity. She's just got more width throughout. She's got more natural depth, just a little bit more goat here on our fourth goat over our fifth goat. Just exceptional openness and cleanliness and capacity of this fifth goat. It is that capacity of mammary system, the balance between the halves of the mammary system and height of rear udder that carries 5 over 6. 6 is placing over 7 in dairiness. Just a lot more capacity to this mammary system, a lot more openness of ribs. She's longer and cleaner in her neck, more depth of the mammary system from top to bottom, although she will yield in terms of security of attachment and balance between the halves of the mammary system to 7. 7 placing over 8, it is in the structure of the mammary system. It's wider into the rear udder. It's more extended and cleaner and fuller into the fore udder, and as a matter of degree, more capacious in capacity over the 8th place doe. 8 over 9, closer placing. This 9th place doe has a really cool frame. She's really big and large and deep, but it's the security of the mammary attachment, the height of the rear udder, the way the mammary system sets up under the body wall that carries 8 over 9. Again, really appreciating just this really large, massive frame on our 9th place doe, which is impressive to look at.
The results of the Toggenburg 7 years and over class was sponsored by Ian Tires. First place, first udder, and first youth entry went to Nestor Acres MT Lufa, owned by Regan Arney. Second place, second udder, Quality Crest Cowboy Maggie, the Larson family. Third place, third udder, Taylor Ridge Renoir Argentina, Catherine Taylor. Fourth place, Hidden Meadows Bluff Dioma, Melanie Ferguson. Fifth place, Royal Cedars Cocoa Euphoria, Karen Ferguson. Sixth place, second place youth went to Hominy Grove Wizards Toto, Keegan Jusan. Seventh place, Dreamtimes PW Ragamuffin, Hayden Gardner. Eighth place went to Aaliyah Walden with Sequest HC Binnacle. And ninth place went to Fossil Farms NAP Aurora, owned by Becky McPherson.
I'll try and be quick because we want to give everyone's attention to the Toggenburg National Champion lineup that you see in the other ring. Beautiful dairy does. Large class here. This again is our top 22, 23 animals. Mammaries in this class are 1, 2, and 5. 1, 2, and 5. So just do me a little favor. Let's put her diagonally out here, just so for the mammaries. Okay. If you do the same thing. John, you want to bring your doe up here for mammary? All right, mammaries are 1, 2, and 5. Again, first place is first udder, better teat delineation. Teats are more medium length, an extremely long forudder in the roundness and shape. Our second udder over our third udder, again, follows in the style of the first place doe with a longer, more extended forudder attachment than we're seeing in our third place doe. And she has a slightly greater udder floor in the division of the udder floor, wider rear udder arch as well. And our third place mammary system excelled the next two does.
All right, here we are. Toggenburg Senior Champion for the 2026 National Show. And give these exhibitors a round of applause. What a beautiful lineup. I'm really happy with all of these does. Most importantly, over anything, these are productive dairy goats. You can see the capacity of their mammary systems, their cleanliness throughout. These are does that put milk in a bucket, and that to me is really the sign of a true dairy goat. And I'm really happy that we found such really lovely, productive animals to get into our first place lineup. Our yearling milker down here, really productive little yearling milker. She caught my eye right away when she came into the ring for the capacity of her mammary system, the total area of udder attachment. As she deepens down, that mammary system is going to push back a little. Just a really bright future for this yearling doe. The 2-year-old doe has a very impressive mammary system. She's a little bit long in the one teat, but when you look at the total area of udder attachment, the width of rear udder, this is a really impressive mammary system with a lot of capacity for a 2-year-old. Really appreciate her. The 3-year-old's really well balanced. She kind of has really strong points in every category. She's very strong in general appearance, very pleasing mammary system shape and side view, really nice in dairy throughout. One of the does that just really kind of has a lot of points in each category of the scorecard. Our 3-year-old doe, the mammary system is incredibly impressive, or 4-year-old doe, excuse me, the mammary system is really impressive. The extension and fullness of the foreudder, that shape and side view, the heights to the rear udder, the strength of medial support when you get behind this goat with those teats pointing straight down where they're supposed to be. Again, another really well balanced doe in general appearance and body and dairy, where she kind of gets up to the top of the categories in each of those. Our 5 and 6-year-old doe, what a frame on this goat, just really framey. You love the way she walks uphill to the withers, really deep into that rear barrel. I love the width of the mammary system and security of attachment on this doe. And then a really milky 7-year-old doe. I just love the tremendous capacity of this mammary system, the width of that rear udder, really beautiful inside profile in terms of the amount of milk that you see, the extension and fullness of forudder, really exciting. I've shown a lot of goats at the national show, and it's really interesting. The national show, it's one moment for one goat at one time, and there are so many beautiful goats out here, but it's the accumulation of the moment for one goat. And I just think that all of these does are really beautiful. But today, the doe is the 4-year-old. She excels the doe just in front of her in the mammary system and the strength of medial support, the extension and fullness of forudder. She excels the older doe in her general appearance, her length of frame, her overall correctness over the top line and rear legs. She excels the 3-year-old doe in her mammary system, the height of the rear udder and embodied capacity, the depth, and then just more age and maturity, really promising young 2-year-old and yearling, but they'll have their day in another couple of years. But today, the right goat, right moment, 4-year-old. This is where I took a long time. This is to me a little bit harder of a decision. When I look at these does, I think it really comes down to our 5 and 6-year-old doe and our second place 4-year-old doe. And there are a lot of trade offs. I really love the frame and depth of body of our 5-year-old doe, the mammary system on the 4-year-old doe, and correctness in general appearance. And so when you kind of weigh all those things out and think about the scorecard, it really comes down to the general appearance and mammary system and the definition between the halves, the cleft that we see in rear view, the width of rear udder. And again, in dairiness, she's a little dairier, a little bit longer and cleaner in her neck, a little more capacious relative to the frame of the animal. Our second place 4-year-old is going to be reserve champion.
Congratulations to our Toggenburg National Senior Champion, owned by Noah Johnson. Her name is Heatwave KM Jenny. The Reserve National Senior Champion Toggenburg went to Evie's Killer Labyrinth, owned by Evelyn Harry.
Two. All right, we have our junior champions of the Toggenburg breed, and again, really pleased with these does. They're really good representations of a junior Toggenburg. Our junior kid's so well grown and really exciting, and her strength across the top line, the way she uses her rear legs, really wide between the hocks, and then just a really angular, correct senior yearling that was our reserve champion. When you think about dairy goats, again, you think about the functionality of them and what their purpose is. And these mammary systems and the capacity and will to milk, just beautiful representations of the Toggenburg breed. Our senior champion will be our grand national champion, and our reserve senior champion will be our reserve grand national champion.
Congratulations to our new Toggenburg National Grand Champion. Champion Heatwave KM Jenny, owned by Noah Johnson from North Carolina. The Reserve National Grand Champion went to Evie's Killer Labyrinth, owned by Evelyn Harry from all the way out in
our premier youth senior doe for the Toggenburg breed. And would you guys take a look at the goats out here in this lineup? Because several of these animals were in the champion lineup, other high placing animals. The youth in this breed and this at this show just deserve a huge round of applause. So can we give these guys a round of applause? These are exceptionally competitive goats that are structurally correct. They show good evidence of productivity. Just really beautiful projects that you guys all have going here, and really proud that you guys brought in such lovely animals. Really a nice, promising yearling, really correct, sets really square, really strong in terms of the overall area of udder attachment. This 2-year-old has a really bright future ahead of her. I just can't say enough nice things about this doe. She's got a lovely frame. The structure of the mammary system is right where it needs to be. Give her a couple more freshenings, and she's going to be a pretty exciting doe to watch. Our kind of smaller 3-year-old, but if you think about the correctness in all of the areas of the scorecard, she really excels. She's very correct in general appearance. She's got extremely correct structure to the mammary system. She's got enough body, just really strong in the categories. Our 4-year-old doe, really dairy. I love the frame on this doe, just a lot of capacity of mammary system. When you put your hands on her, really open. But I think the competition really comes up here to our 2 older does. They excel these younger does in terms of age and maturity, overall amount of lactations, capacity of mammary system. And there's some trade-offs. I think our 5-year-old doe excels in general appearance in many ways. But I'm going to come up here and use the 7-year-old as our best premier youth doe. She really is the kind of goat that I like to look at. The capacity of that mammary system. She's a little dairier than the doe behind her. She's got more extension and fullness of foreudder. She's a couple years older. She's proving that age and longevity. This is what I call really dairy goat, and I'm really pleased to make her the Toggenburg Premier Youth Doe.
Congratulations to our premier Toggenburg Youth Doe. She's owned by Reagan Arney, and her name is Grand Champion Nestor Acres MT Lufa. Okay, we're going to be ready for the Toggenburg special classes. The first class will be dairy herd. If you have a Toggenburg dairy herd, you can actually bring them into the ring. The order of group classes are dairy herd, followed by best
place group, when you look across those rear udders, the uniformity of type, these goats all came from the same herd, and it just says that when you look at them. They all look the same in terms of their quality of height of rear udder and width of rear udder, the strength of medial support, just slightly better in terms of globular shape of mammary system, and then as a group, more uniform in medial support in 1 over 2. 2 then placing over 3, it's those dairy frames, their length of neck, they're a little longer and cleaner throughout. As a matter of degree, more ease of motion as they move around this ring as compared to 3. 3 then placing over 4, more uniformity of type. I really appreciate the fourth group individual animals in it, but when you put them together, the third group's more uniform across the rear udders in terms of similar into their shape and medial support and then your general appearance width throughout. So that places 3 over 4. And then 4 over 5, it's the capacity and quality of mammary system, the height and width of rear udder, the teat placement in rear view that carries 4 over 5. Really appreciate the frames on these fifth does, really open, really angular kind of goats, and really appreciate them for that today.
All right, all the entries for Toggenburg Best 3 Females. This is your tattoo check class. So we're going to need registration papers for all the does that are in the ring right now, please. Trinity, this is a tattoo check. The results of the Toggenburg Dairy Herd class. First place went to Evelyn Harry, Evie's Dairy Goats. Second place, Noah Johnson, Heat Wave. Third place, Catherine Taylor with her Taylor Ridge Farm. Fourth place went to Harmody with the Larson family. And then fifth place went to Lauren Gardner with Dreamtimes Farm.
This is our Toggenburg best three females, and you know we only have four groups out here. But if you take a look at the quality of the animals in these 12 animals, it's quite exceptional. Really beautiful groups, all of them. 1 through 4. Not to take anything away from any of these groups, they would be in the top 4 if the show was giant. Really beautiful animals. Again, it's a close placing in 1/2, but again, I think we've even strengthened by pulling out the one doe, the uniformity of good type in our first group, the width of rear udder in terms of uniformity and roundness in shape and medial support, the overall uniformity as a group in 1/2. 2/3, it again is in that dariness, the ease of motion around the ring as they move in terms of 2/3. And then 3/4, again, a little bit more uniform in their type in terms of width and height of rear udder, a little bit stronger over the other group in body capacity. But again, we've got two or three really high placing animals, really beautiful 4-year-old or 3-year-old doe on our front side. Not to take anything away from our fourth place group, they're well deserving of a compliment. All right, Toggenburg Senior Gut of Sire, really two really nice groups. The first group excels the second group just in their age and maturity, their uniformity across the 3 does. We have 2 does on either on the outside of the second group, and then not quite as strong of a doe in the center. It is the capacity of mammary systems, the shape inside view, the width of rear udder, just really uniform in those categories that carries 1/2. All right, these are our Toggenburg produce of dam pairs. And again, I wish there was more because 3 pairs that deserve to have more competition and are really lovely. It's an interesting concept when you look at the placings in a produce to dam class. You want to see the influence of the dam, I think, and I think that comes in uniformity of certain traits. Especially, all of these groups have 2 sires, and so when you have really similar traits between the 2 does, you think that comes from the contribution of our dam. And so I think our first 2 groups over our third group are more similar in type, where you can see the contribution of the dam. They have similar traits that say, hey, this probably came from my mom. And so I really appreciate that in the 2 groups over the third group. Specifically, the first group over the second group, it's the length of frame, the dairiness. They are slightly more uniform as a group in their overall profile and frame and upstandingness and dairiness over our second group. 2 then placing over 3, again, it's the consistency, right? You're seeing what the dam contributed. They're more consistent as a group in the width of rear udder, similar shapes of rear udder. Not to take anything away, really 2 beautiful does in our third place group, just not quite as consistent between the 2 as the pairs ahead of them. All right, these are our dam and daughter pairs for the Toggenburg breed. Pretty easy group to start the class. Really appreciate the improvement when you see dam to daughter. We're getting more correctness in general appearance, the improvement width of mammary system, capacity and fullness of mammary system, while maintaining good type across both does, makes this class the winner. Specifically over the second group, again, more consistency of type in 1/2. 2 then placing over 3, just a more mature group. Again, we're seeing really a lot of good improvement in both daughters, but as a group, a little more maturity and a little more consistency in 2/3. And then 3/4, it's really about the improvement from the dam to the daughter. We're seeing more improvement in the third group over the fourth group. The fourth group is consistent in their body style, but we've lost some of the strength improve or the extremeness in the height of rear udder, but do really appreciate the consistency of body style on the fourth group.
All right, Toggenburgs, we're ready for the first and second place udder placings in each class to come back to the ring for best udder. I'm going to give you all the placings for the Toggenburg group classes now. Looking at our best 3 senior does, first place went to Evie's Dairy Goats, Evelyn Harry. Second place went to Heatwave, Noah Johnson. Third place went to Taylor Ridge Farm, Catherine Taylor. And fourth place went to Harmody, Harmody Alpines, the Larson family. This newbie or the Toggenburg Senior Geddes sire, first place went to Catherine Taylor with her buck Rouse Time Fusion. Second place went to Paige Warren with her sire Legendary Raffia's Rumbus. In the Proto Sedan class, first place went to Heatwave, Noah Johnson with Heatwave KO Diamond Dazzle. Second place went to Catherine Taylor with Champion Taylor Ridge Renoir Argentina. And the third place Proto Sedan went to the Harmony Farm with Quality Crest Cowboy Maggie. And then in the Dam and Daughter class for Toggenburgs, first place went to Catherine Taylor with Taylor Ridge Renoir Argentina. Second place went to Harmony Alpine Farm, the Larsons with Quality Crest Cowboy Maggie. And then third place was Evelyn Harry with Evie's Tsunami Stahican. We are now working on Toggenburg Best Udder. The Nigerian dwarfs are ready to be giving reasons, so we need the next age class to be ready to come into the ring.
first and second place Toggenburg udders out here, and just want to compliment the breeders. Again, beautiful, productive mammary systems, really strong in their total area of udder attachment and support. We're going to ask a few does to milk out. I think that the does that we're going to ask to milk out, they excel the balance of the class either in age and maturity and several lactations under their belt, or it's the dimension of the mammary system, the extension and fullness of foreudder, and then height up into the top of the rear udder. And so we're going to ask our pair of 4-year-olds, our champion and reserve, to milk out, and then our 7-year-old doe will please have her milk out as well. The rest of you are excused, and thank you very much. All right, this is the final class of our Toggenburg show, and it's just been a real pleasure. So excited to judge such beautiful goats as my first time at the national show, and thanks to Bob for kind of mentoring me along the way, both in Nubians and in Toggenburgs. Really, I'm having a really good time here, and thank you guys for having me and bringing out such beautiful animals. These three does that we've asked to milk out have all milked out really well. Our 7-year-old doe, just tremendous area of udder attachment. Again, a goat that has a lot of milk in the udder, and she's milked down very well. And then our champion and our reserve, again, just really strong in terms of their overall shape and attachment and extension of fore udder, height with the rear udder. Looking at the three does, I think we're going to stay with our champion and our reserve as our best udder and reserve best udder. Again, I do want to compliment the dairy strength and the will to milk on our 7-year-old doe, but for the extension of fore udder, the total area of udder attachment, our champion will be our best udder, and for that width of rear udder, the refinement in size and shape of teat, our reserve will be our reserve best udder. Congratulations.
Congratulations to the Toggenburgs. Our best udder Toggenburg went to our champion, Heatwave KM Jenny, owned by Noah and Madison Johnson. The reserve best udder went to the reserve grand champion doe, Evie's Killer Labyrinth, owned by Evie Harry. And that completes our Toggenburg show. Congratulations to all the Toggenburg people.